Okay. Hello everyone. Uh, Hope everyone's day is going well. Uh, Back to Celeste. I just realized that this is on the wrong thing. Is yeah, nope, not quite. It's a little off, but yeah, that should be about good. I'm not sure where the edge is on that side, but we'll just go with that. So I'm almost done with Celeste, I think. Just have a few very hard sections left to go. Uh, yeah, salmon is a thing. This is the end of 70, I believe, is the exact. Oh, I see a new line. That was a lot easier than I was making it out to be. Hopefully the audio's okay. I don't want to accidentally be having it be too loud or too quiet. Okay then. 16, okay. $17. Wait, that was 18. Sorry, wrong number. I was like, I went back for a second. That's not right. But it is what it actually is versus what my brain thinks it is. That's a wording. That makes sense. Yeah, so I just wanted to stream some other stuff before I continued with this, because it had been a while since I streamed other things. And yeah, I had fun with it. I am going to continue the streaming the other stuff I had streamed. Just wanted to get back to Celeste because I was having a lot of fun with this. Okay, 16. I need to dash before I... There we go. 15. Aha, I see. I say, not seeing. If you sound confident enough, people will believe you. That's something I learned at an early age. Like, no, yeah, totally a raccoon came and ate all the cookies. What are you talking about? It wasn't me. And then everybody clapped. True story. Something I really think would be funny is to like have a group of people set up so that they actually do clap in those scenarios. Just to like mess with people to be like, no, they actually did clap, and their friends are like, uh-huh, yeah, sure. Because that is like that's such a thing. It always makes me wonder with like what with all the common excuses. I don't know what to call them, but excuses is the best case like thing I can think of, such as like the dog ate my homework sort of thing. I wonder what happens for the kids whose like dog actually ate their homework. Because like I had a dog that would eat anything. If I ever had kids, I'd make sure to write those, like write them excusing notes that look as faked as possible, because I think that would just be funny to mess with the teachers. But like that's something I should actually do. There's a lot of stuff that I think about that like would be really funny, but I shouldn't actually do under any circumstances because they have like real world consequences. Yeah, I also got like sub stuff set up. I wouldn't spend any money on my streams because first of all, it wouldn't go to me. Second of all, you don't actually get anything from it. Yet I just set it up so that it was open. Uh, Someday I'll get past this bit. Oh yeah, I used to be great at capture the flag. I'm just remembering this because, like, back in PE, I'm remembering this because of, like, the flags. But I've mentioned this before, how I had, like, a very NPC uh, presence. So I have actually used that to my advantage before, and there have been several points where like, during capture the flag stuff, I defected to the other side. No one ever notices that I do that. Well, they do when I point it out, and then they're like, wait a minute, and then they put me out. But I win a lot of capture the flag games like that. People didn't really want to play with me that much. I don't know if it was because of that or they just didn't want to play with me in general back in the day. Hey, Eamon. How you doing? Good to see ya. Yippee, 14 left. But my day's been going pretty decently. How the easy flags have been? I don't like that you call them easy. But besides the last one, they've been pretty... They've been pretty simple. You know, a while ago I got like the Epic Game Store in order to try coding an Unreal Engine and see how that was. I unsubscribed, but they keep on giving me notifications on my computer for some reason. I don't know how many times I've hit the unsubscribe button, but... Well... Yeah. Classic. Oh, you don't know how many things you keep getting for emails or ads? Yeah, it doesn't. Like... I'm well aware we're in late stage capitalism where it's you will buy everything and own nothing. But like, why does it have to be that way? Can't we just go back to the days where like a dishwasher would last you like 20 years at least? Now it's like, oh yeah, no, I got one 2 years ago and it broke down. Yeah, things used to work. Back in my day, you didn't have all these problems. Also, when I'm thinking back in my day, I'm thinking when I was a child, so I was probably like blind to all the bad stuff that was happening, but nah, couldn't be that. Yeah, and then the whole subscribing for everything. It probably won't be for a while, but... And this is like the most I'm ever going to go into like anything related to like serious stuff of real life. It probably won't be yet soon, but eventually the way things are going, there will be a collapse of the current economy. Like, not soon, but eventually there will be, because middle class and lower class people can't afford to live, so they'll have to come up with a different system. Yeah. Oh yeah, so that reminds me, I'm engaged. I did not know that. And it's not like, oh, I found someone that I love and care about. No. I just got a call one day from my mom, like, uh, I'm meeting with the person I decided was the mother of your future wife. And I'm like, what? Like, she had joked before about me being in an engaged marriage. I thought it was a joke, but apparently not. I don't know when this happened. I've never met the person, but apparently that's a thing that's happening someday. You know, like that's not a me thing. That's a my family thing. Like for like romantic stuff, I do have a bit more like traditional views of how romance should be done. I'm not going to go too deep into detail. I do believe in like full gender equality in a relationship, like the man and the woman, or the woman and the woman and the man. But the man and the woman, in my case, because I'm straight, should have equal what like input into their relationship. But anyway, no, like seriously, and I had no idea about like that she wasn't joking. I thought she was joking until she actually like told me about the person, and I'm like, wait, this is real? I thought this was just like a joke that you had. And no, when I say I'm like not as modern as my peers, that's more so talking about that I was raised by, I want to say like a generation before a lot of my peers and people around my age, just because my parents had kids late. So a lot of times I do feel a generational gap with my own generation, which is really weird. And then in addition to that, I also feel a generation gap with the generation above me because I'm not actually part of that generation. It's just really odd. And it doesn't help that, like, because I lived for 4 years in Ireland when I was a kid. This is one of your difficult flags. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, but like in Ireland, it wasn't so much that they were behind all the times. Like I used that terminology before because I wasn't really sure what to use for terminology, but I think better would be that American culture just hadn't quite come over there and they were a bit more traditional at the time. Because like this was, I think it is still pretty Catholic, but I remember like they were just starting to like have not as Catholicized schools when I was growing up there, and I do remember my parents wondering why I was thinking about having to be like have repentance. Yeah, so prepare to just be here for a while. So I had Thai food for lunch, and it was pretty spicy. It was good. I tend to really like spicy foods. When I was visiting my family, one of my relatives is a hot sauce fanatic, and I tried one of their hot sauces. They did not care to warn me that that particular hot sauce had ghost peppers and Carolina Reapers in them, which are really hot. They used to be the hottest ones on the planet. No, it wasn't the bomb. They had the bomb, but that was when they're like, no, uh, they weren't sharing that with anyone. Yeah, the one I had was like between 8,000 and a million Scoville, which is a lot. Yeah, so it was good. It was what I had was tasty. I can't remember the name of it, as else I would check it out, but it was that hurt real bad. Bomb action matches little, yeah. Um, I tend to do pretty well with spices, I'd like to think. And it wasn't that it says 1 million on the thing, but like I remember looking it up afterwards and it's like, okay, I know this is what it should be on average. Uh, yeah, they do say it on the label a lot of times, but not on this one. And like it was good. I could probably have gone spicier, but I had to get on a plane the next day, and I really didn't want that to go wrong because if that went a little wrong, that would go very wrong. So I just stuck with that one. Yeah, no, it was pretty good. The bomb's an 8 out of 10, but it's typically the most spicy. Yeah, they did have like the whole uh Hot Ones challenge thing there. They had a set of that, but so we could test until they're lab tested. Yeah, makes sense. But as I was saying, my uncle had has the hot sauce collection. I'll have to check that out at some point. I do remember he has so many different channels, but Nile Red, I think it was, who made hot sauce out of plastic gloves, I think, if I remember correctly. Something like that. Yeah, that was pretty interesting to watch. Yeah, no, I have never tried anything like that, but yeah. And yeah, no, that is insane. I mean, he knows what he's doing, but it it's a really funny thing whenever he's making something to eat, it's like, yeah, no, and then I just douse it with some more sulfuric acid because, like, I know he's doing it safely, and he knows how to, like, make sure he's not. Yeah, his senses have been deadened after everything, but uh, it it really feels like that's stuff you should not put in your food. Like that's the stuff they're like, do not eat under any circumstances. So it's just really fun to hear. Yeah. And by the way, the uncle who has the hot sauce collection is in the Midwest. So he like he can't really share it with many people because if you know the Midwest, they don't have a lot of spices. Like his girlfriend thinks that pepper's too spicy, like black pepper. Yeah, I don't know specifically why, but it runs in my family that we like really acidic foods. So like spicy stuff, sour stuff. My family is just fiends for that kind of thing. Not a chili head. Fair enough. I'm a bit weird with it because I have a very sensitive nose. So like my mouth and body can take the spice, but a lot of times my nose can't. As long as it's a good food, yeah, fair. And you need to be used to a lot of this stuff in order for it to not upset your stomach. And a lot of it depends on like what food you're raised with. Yeah, it, I'm not sure the exact reasoning, but there is a reason for that type of stuff, and I feel like I learned it at some point, but I forgot. Yeah, like stuff that's spicy in the mouth, I can handle. I love that, but when it gets to the nose, I just I can't do it. So like anything like wasabi or anything like that just doesn't do well because like my nose is really sensitive to everything. Yeah, and then I always have to be careful that I don't swallow it incorrectly and make a little bit of spice go into my sinuses, because then different kind of heats from capsaicin. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Different kinds of spicy too, other than capsaicin. Yeah, that is true, but I'm not really sure what the whole thing is with that. Like you can't tell when you're eating it sometimes. Wasabi is a good example. Yeah, like wasabi. A lot of horseradish with I do fine in small amounts, but it's just that it messes with my nose. Like I can't handle anything that messes with my nose. Yeah. Yes. Insert generic obligatory fun fact that most wasabi you get in America is actually just horseradish, because wasabi is a type of horseradish, and they think it would be easier on them to dye it green and call it wasabi instead of actually giving you real wasabi. So have anyone on that? I don't remember where I ended up learning that, but I remember hearing about it quite a few years ago. Yeah, that's why I've heard that's best freshly ground, but the main reason why is money, because it's a lot more expensive to like import it than to just grow horseradish. Sorry, or like to grow it in America if you even can. Yeah, so like if you want real wasabi, check the ingredients list on it, because a lot of times it'll say if it's horseradish or not, because they're legally obligated to somewhere on the packaging, I think, else it's false advertising. Yeah, spicy things are great, but I'm more into sour things personally. Like I could eat a lemon. I have eaten a lemon before. It was pretty good. It felt a bit weird afterwards because of the acid, but yeah, that probably the sourest thing I ever had. There was candy my sister had brought back from a trip to Scotland. Uh, I don't remember the name of it because it was years and years ago. Yes, When people said go suck a lemon, I did. And it was delicious. But anyway, it made some other people's mouths bleed due to how acidic it was, but it was so good, man. It was so good. Do you like rhubarb? I haven't had much rhubarb, but yeah, rhubarb's pretty good. When I think of rhubarb, I know it's not berries, but my brain seems to try and like merge them. Yeah, it depends on where I live. It merges itself with berries because like when I usually think rhubarb, I think of pies. Yeah, like my favorite berries are raspberries. Which I like really. But rhubarb with another berry pie, yeah. That is very common. I do have a bunch of recipes for that kind of stuff. Rhubarb pies are the best. Don't know if I feel like I've had a pure rhubarb pie before, but it's been a while since I have, just because I don't get pies that often. Usually whenever I make something like a pie, it's for someone else. And the last pie I made was, I want to say like 3 years ago. I had made it for like the finale of some kind of project. Family gardens are the best. I wish I had one. When I lived in the mansion, when I was broke, they had a nice berry orchard and you could just pluck stuff straight off the stems. It was really good. Yeah. And especially because it was in a really cold area, sometimes it would freeze over. And then you could have frozen berries in the mornings, and frozen berries taste really good. Like, they taste different from regular berries. Yeah, the last pie I made, I think, was an apple, blackberry, raspberry, and lemon pie. So it had lemon juice in it, and then had a layer of apples, a layer of blackberries, and then raspberries. It was really good. Yeah, I tend not to make a lot of stuff unless I'm making it for someone. Or something, like some kind of event, but and then I also tend not to like a lot of common treats, because like, no, I do enjoy sweet stuff, but I I was allergic to chocolate when I was a lot younger, so I just don't eat it. I'm no longer allergic to it, but I used to be. And like I almost died from the allergy, so it just has like a negative imprint into my brain. But there are a lot of chocolate stuff I'd like to make for other people if I ever have other people to make it for. Like there are some cake recipes I want to try out for some people. And then I had this idea the other day for a drink that was like matcha and cocoa separated by a wafer. That way you could drink either separately or mix them together, because I've heard that chocolate and matcha go well together. Yeah, I used to like I used to cook quite a bit. I don't as much anymore, but I still do occasionally, because you know, need to eat. But I like to think I'm a pretty good cook. Not the best, but pretty good. Haven't had matcha that often. Yeah, the best way I can describe it is like uh like a heartier milk, I guess, but doesn't taste like milk. I don't know. Uh, I haven't really had it that often either, but I know people who have. Yeah. Think about ice cream and a tea and some other dessert. Yeah, that's usually the stuff you have matcha as. Um, yeah, so I have mentioned this briefly before, but my dad used to be a chef for like 7 years, and I was like, oh, cool. And like before he left, he taught me a few things about cooking. But the thing he didn't tell me is that he was a chef for 7 years for the mob, like the actual mafia. So, well, I don't know whether that, like, I should still be bragging about that, because like it would have had to be like really good because of the mafia, you know? But when I was younger, I was considering being a chef. I decided against it though, just because I liked the like physics and science better. Oh yeah, speaking of science, I've still been reading my Isaac Asimov book on the history of scientific discoveries. Like just a couple pages every few days uh, while I'm in between stuff, but history is really weirdly split. Like it's a real mind bend. I am currently in the mid 1800s of it, and man, there's just some weird stuff. So first of all, Lewis and Clark expedition. That's always thought to be like just two people, well, and then Sacagawea and her baby. No, like Lewis and Clark had 40 other people with them. And then Napoleon Bonaparte was around at the same time, which is really weird to me. And Napoleon Bonaparte could have gone skydiving and parachuting with George Washington while drinking soda. And then he could have taken a steamboat around for a few years. And then he could have done the exact same thing onto a moving train with Lewis and Clark. It's just really trippy. I keep on going, it wouldn't be this hard if this was a thing with a lot of these levels. And, like, yeah, that's why they're hard. That's the point. Like, it wouldn't be that hard if these weren't just one jump platforms. You know, according to all known laws of aviation, the bee should not be able to fly. It does anyway, because the bee does not care what the laws of physics think. I don't know why I started quoting the bee movie. Wait. You know, maybe I don't want to be Celeste. You ever think of that, huh? Like, I don't want it anyway. Game when they say that you're supposed to magically make it do better. That is the rules. Yeah, I also, because they do disappear, I just want to let you know in case you didn't see, I have started porting the VODs over to YouTube so that they're not deleted and they're not just taking up space in my computer. Uh, I had an idea, like, how was close to the actual subject do you have to have a speedrun be in order for it to be counted as relevant? Like, could you do a speedrun, but then, like, you take a break to do your taxes, that way the moderators would just have to sit through that? Could you make a life-size version of Celeste? And to do actual parkour? And have that count as one? Or do you think you'd be disqualified? I am not upset. I will not get angry. We will have some appreciative words. You are good. This is a hard game. You are not responsible for the 2008 market collapse. Oh, oh. You didn't hit that family of four with your car. They hit your car with their family of four. The police will never find out what happened September 6, 1965. So close. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I think about that's like, okay, not that I would, per se. But like, how far could I take things until someone notices? Like, how long do you think I could stay in an airport, like just live in there? If I were to just buy like one ticket? How long do you think it would be until like the security guards would notice, like start taking note and do something about it? Because like surely they wouldn't let you stay there indefinitely. Like, I know a lot of stuff is like as long as you don't get caught. But like at what point, even if you did get caught, would it not be acceptable? Is it like, because you can stay there overnight. You can stay at airports overnight for like layovers and whatnot. So what's the limit? Is it 1 day? 2? Should we just be moving everyone into uh, airports so they have places to stay? Sure, they wouldn't have great food, but yes. 12 left. And then there's always been like uh, I'm forgetting the correct name of it, but the impulsive thoughts where you think about doing something not because you want to do it, but just because it's a possibility and you wonder what could happen. Like that's specifically with like employee areas, and like I know they're not really that different from non-employee areas. Whenever I see an employee area, I always think, I wonder what's back there. And there's a whole like act like you belong thing, which very much is a real thing, but yeah. Wait, what? This one isn't as hard, thankfully, as the previous one. There we go. Wait. What on earth am I supposed to do? Ten left. 10 left. I see. I need to do this. I need to do this. And I need to do that, but not badly. Oh. Uh... What do I... Because I do need to have... I do need to have true gestures to get through there, so... Yeah. There's no refreshing. What on earth am I... Oh? Oh. The... Oh, I see. I need a... There we go. 9. Stay with me, folks. We're counting down. 9. 9. 9. Will I make it this time? 9. Such a stupid joke. Nine. But why is that no longer bring me up high enough? Someday I'll get to see the number 8. It's been my dream ever since I was a wee lad. I never knew it was what came before 9. Is it 6? Is it 3? Guess we'll never know. I would say maybe the real number 9 was the friends we made along the wall. Along the wall? All along the way. But I'm not friends with the number 9. It is an enemy I must vanquish. stupid helpful air currents making me crash into the spike. Just I'm live? But thanks, I just started from the last checkpoint. But good to see you, Greg. Hope your day's going well. Yeah, like, dude, I completely understand that. As always, take care of yourself first. That matters more than watching any goopy streamer dude. If you do want to watch the VODs later, I am starting to boot them over to YouTube so that they can be more permanently accessible. But not pressuring you into doing anything, just letting you know that is an option, because I know you tend to go to sleep around the time I stream. So if you do enjoy the content itself, yeah, there should be a link on my page to it. It has the last couple weeks of the VODs on it. And I'm working to get some of the older ones on because they got saved a bit weirdly. Yeah, absolutely no pressure to do anything, just want to give you the option because I feel bad that you're always having to leave. Yeah, and don't just look up random oracle because apparently that is a cryptography. Cryptographic? It's a term for cryptography. Apparently, which I only found out the other week. Yeah, so all of my VODs will go there starting from now. Yeah. All my VODs from now on will start being uploaded there, so if you ever miss a stream and want to watch like what happened in it, it's there. Yeah, definitely, like, I really do appreciate you showing up, even though you can't stay for very long. I'm glad to know that someone out there enjoys my stuff. Like, even if it's just a little bit, like, I'm happy to be someone's, how do I say this? Like, distraction, I guess, from this, all the chaos and whatnot that goes on in the world. So apparently there's a term for the thing. I completely blank on it right now, but for the thing that makes you want to eat stuff that's not food. I don't know but this game just like does that specific thing to me. And it's this game specifically, like, it looks like food to me. Yeah, I tried to go live around 3-ish on weekdays. What specific weekday? It depends on what's going on in my life, but I'm just like, okay, thanks a lot. That does help. I the way I was raised, I tend to be a bit like hard on myself, just because some of the things that have happened. So hearing that sort of stuff does it really does help out. So, like, I don't mean to be apologizing for apologizing, but yeah, just it's not. I'm not intentionally doing it. But yeah, I am very grateful for whenever people do show up. So stay for as long as you'd like. I'm gonna be yapping occasionally about random stuff. But yeah, I've just been like raised to put other people first. Like to an extreme level, so it's just one of those things I need to work on. But seriously, thanks for the kind words. It does mean a lot to me. Yeah, and then also while I'm doing, you know, shameful plugs, if you're not already, yeah, I don't know how you keep on finding me because it doesn't look like you are. You might be, and I just might have uh, forgotten just exactly when, but if you follow, it will send you notifications for exactly when I turn live. But again, no pressure. I just want to make like the best stuff I can for people. Need to see, take care. Or you too. Thanks a lot for the support. Make sure you get some rest, take care of yourself. What I followed? Thank you a lot, Gregan, for the follow. Uh, it does help out smaller channels too to become recognized by Twitch as official. But yeah, I just thought I'd mention it because I've seen you like in chat a bunch, but just so that like you could see more live by knowing exactly when I went live. Yeah, take care of yourself. Get some good rest. I hope to see you in future streams. Get water? Okay, will do. Thanks for that. That did actually hit the spot. It is hard sometimes to remember to do those things. Yeah, I don't know what my schedule will be exactly this week because I do have some stuff going on. So like Thursday I probably won't be able to stream, but other than that, I should be good. Boing. Yeah, I'd never want anyone to feel like they have to apologize for needing to take care of themselves or go. I might occasionally make jokes about like being stuck in the basement or whatnot, but honestly, I'm just supposed to be a goofy little guy. So self-care is most important. I've personally had some rough times with that, so I know how important it can be. Okay, so I don't necessarily have a compulsion to eat non-food materials, but I I, I do eat a lot of non-food materials just because, well, I used to at least. Not so much anymore. The reason being is that I've been diagnosed with oral sensory seeking, which pretty much my brain likes the feeling of stuff in my mouth. And that's like not something I grow out of or like a teething thing or discipline thing. That's just something that I live with. Like it doesn't impact me that negatively, except for that because usually it's the closest thing available. Whenever I get stressed, I chew on stuff, and that's shredded a lot of my shirts. Yeah, overall, there's a lot of minor stuff like that that doesn't really impact it anything, but it's just interesting to know about yourself, kind of a thing. Yeah, I have like really oddly hard bones. Like I used to break rocks with my teeth when I ate them back in the day. This is the longest one. I just realized I've been in this level for 4.5 hours total. Yeah, and that's one of the good things about streaming is that it's totally anonymous. So you can just it can be totally anonymous. So you can just vent about anything and I hope you don't get doxxed so it doesn't come back to haunt you. I killed a man. I didn't. That's a joke. For legal reasons, that is a joke. I did not actually. Like, I don't want to be self-serving, and I don't want to come across that way, but I would be too nice to do such a thing. Because, like, I know there's a whole stereotype of people calling themselves nice, but I have realized that I get feeling guilty really easily. And I have noticed that's a problem that I tend to have is that I tend to get way too guilty easily, and I like to be nice, like for the sake of it. So I have gotten used by a lot of people that way, but yeah, like I don't want to say I want to be meaner, but I want to make sure that I don't end up as a pushover, which is something I really need to work on. Yeah, I might be I'm not nice in the traditional sense. I am extremely blunt. I'm not. I kind of am polite, but polite in the sense that I've had manners taught to me, and I remember that every time me or my sister misbehaved, my mom would just come out with this gigantic book. I don't know if it was actually gigantic or if my mind and memories just upscaling it, but this big book full of manners and start lecturing us. It was terrifying. I feel like Madeline dies way too early on that drop. Although that might just be me. I feel like she should be able to go a little lower. wonder how close I am. Because I know there's 9 areas left, but like, how long are they? I wonder if anyone's like made a map for this game. They probably have. I'm not gonna look at it now because spoilers. No, I've always wanted to play Dungeons and Dragons, but I've never been able to. Like, I have a bunch of Dungeons and Dragons stuff, just never really had a group to play it with. It always seems really fun. Wait, no, that's not quite true. I did play it once. But like, I think my ADHD brain's a bit too ADHD to like be sitting around waiting for other people to take their turn for it. Yeah, so I was DMing that game with a bunch of new people who had never played it before, which was great because I didn't know how to play it. But that just meant that I was good. Well, good enough for them to not realize that I didn't know how to play it either. Like, yeah, I know like the rule books, but some of the rules are a little confusing to me personally. There's just a lot to keep track of. I wonder what our generational thing will be that's like, oh, the kids these days and their bloody blahs. Like, I guess AI? Because, like, for my parents, it was, oh, kids these days and their screens, and then before that was, kids these days and their rock music, so satanic. And then before that, it was, kids these days and their jazz. There's a lot to do with music. But I guess AI is the thing for this upcoming generation then. Which like seems to be to me the only, and that might just because I'm in the demographic that would think this. It seems the most reasonable to me out of all of those. Someday on the list like to be at 8. It's been my dream ever since I was 8 years old. I can't think of any other 9 jokes besides it being no. Well, hopefully I don't have to go to 7. No, I have a feeling I'll have a hard time with that. So 7, 8, 9. Aren't I hilarious? I just realized it must be like a nightmare to keep up with a lot of the things I say on a day-to-day basis, because I have this weird like looping thought thing. I don't know what better to call it, but pretty much I constantly over and over again think the same thing before I actually do anything. Like, and it's not in my control, but like I'll just because of that I'll randomly go back to a conversation from a while ago, and people a lot of times like, what are you talking about? But like it must be really frustrating when I do that like phase the afterwards. Whenever someone says you like uses the phrase "I can almost taste it," I always imagine them like actually licking the thing. Like I know the point of the thing is like I so close it's like I could just like right in front of my face. But it gets so it's so much more whimsical if you imagine anyone who ever says that actually licking the thing. Especially like serious villains in shows or movies that are like, we're almost there. I can taste it. Just, I don't know why, I just find that entertaining. Why is my hard game so hard? I double thought myself too much then. No, sometimes I wish like we could just have like a full brain break and like reset. Not like to forget everything and whatnot, but like just to refresh your entire brain from like all its worries and whatnot, even for a second. Because I used to have like incredible reaction time. Like pick a fly out of the air. Like I actually was able to do that. That's not like I'm being hyperbolic or exaggerating. I was able to pick flies out of the air. But I, as I grew up, I started second guessing everything. I don't know why, not necessarily a good thing, but Yeah, and then also, I feel like my memory's been going recently, which isn't the best thing, but might just be, yeah, exhaustion. Which, yeah, fair enough. A lot of my problems have to do with making sure take care of myself properly, which is something I am working on. I don't plan to make any right now, but whenever I do get around to making like emotes for my channel, I want to make them like the most cursed stuff ever. Like I want to have a few normal ones. Then like I want to have some like really cursed ones, so that if anybody ever sees it, they're like, "What the heck are you doing?" Because I think it would be really funny. Yeah. A lot of the stuff I do is generally for other people in one way or another. I enjoy bringing whimsy to people's lives. Uh, like I remember when I was in college, I'd always make sure to bring something that was cursed into my dorm so that whoever ended up sharing a room with me uh, would be forced to look at it every time they entered. My favorite one that I had done was the I very much lived up to the male living space sort of wackiness. Because my favorite one was Jedi cats on with a T-Rex and rainbows on it for the shower screen. Yeah, I have a bunch of random ideas like that. Another one is to get a cardboard cutout of someone. And then at random intervals, remove the cardboard cutout. Or, oh no, I just came up with a better one. I wish I'd done that. Like, get a Victorian era doll, and then every couple days move it to a different location. I wish I still had a roommate. But like, I wouldn't be telling the roommate that I was hiding said Victoria era doll around the place. I just would be. Yeah, and then also the other week on my flight, I read The Three Body Problem. Pretty good book, entertaining read. The only thing I didn't like about it, and spoilers by the way, is that like a lot of the mysteries ended up being resolved as, oh yeah, no, that's just that was just the aliens messing with us. Like there wasn't any deeper meaning behind it besides, yeah, that was just them messing with us to make us confused. Which again, now I stand by it. That is way funnier if you would view any sort of like non-violent historical story as happening as like a frat house, because a lot of it sounds like what they do. Yeah, because there is definitely a thing where like we like to think that the ancient people were like so much more like sophisticated and serious. No, no. Humans were always goofballs. I cannot think of a single civilization that did not have any goofballs. Well, I mean, there is one, but I don't think I'm allowed to say their name. But I was talking about more like non the past 200 years. That it is very important to remember that these people were all like people in history were also humans. Yeah, I don't think I usually talk about history. I think I'm just talking about it more on stream because I'm reading that book, which is going through a lot of stuff. Which I would recommend it if you have the time and money for it. I managed to get it for like 15 bucks. I don't know how much is the retail price, but it Asimov's Chronology of Science and Discovery. That one's been really fun to read. Because like, yeah, like I technically knew a lot of it, but I didn't know like a lot of the details. And just hadn't put it in my head how a lot of this stuff was placed. So yeah, I am a very strong proponent of proper education, because information is one of the most important things, at least in my eyes. Like, the other day I was reading like some random isekai slop. I don't even remember what it was called. But it made me think about, okay, if I was actually isekai, what would I do? And when, like, the traditional thing of like the god or goddess or whatnot bestows you a gift of your choosing, yada yada, I would choose information. Because, like, you don't know what the structure is, you don't know what anything's treated, you don't know what kind of world you're getting into. You don't know the medical level or the technological level, you don't know how your ideas would be treated, so you couldn't actually make any plans unless you had information. Like, I feel like I might not even, like, I'm doing this mostly from muscle memory. I wonder if, like, I don't even look. Okay, I know that was a bad idea. I don't know why that would have changed anything. Probably would have gotten any different result. Okay then. Yep, posture check. I just realized I was shrimping, like, really bad. Yeah, and then when I made the YouTube channel, I was planning to do the highlights on there mainly, but I realized I kept on getting distracted from doing said highlights and that they probably never actually get finished. And I wanted to at least do starting bit by myself, so if I become like actually successful one like streamer, I'll probably try hiring an editor at some point. Not now, not anywhere close to now, but eventually, if this ends up taking off. Yeah, this level, because of the clouds, is starting to make me crave like a sherbet. Like, you know the type I'm talking about? The like triple colored uh pink, orange, and white one. I can't remember what flavor that is. Yeah. I'd probably have to say my favorite ice cream. That's a tough one. I do really like ice cream. But of course there's vanilla, always a good one. Uh, Never really disappoints. And then I tend to like sorbets a lot. Mango sorbet is one of my favorite. Love me mango. But then raspberry sorbet is also pretty good, but it's a bit more of a like have to be in the mood for it. Lemon sorbet is where it's at. Let me tell you. My favorite snacks would be like, and I don't get a lot of these often because it's money, but lemon sorbet, uh, balsamic vinegar, and bread is something I really enjoy. It goes back to that whole like, I tend to like a lot of acidic foods. Now, why'd I do that? And then here's a neat little treat that is pretty simple to make. If you have some vanilla ice cream and want like kind of the same flavor as uh, an ice cream sandwich, like wafer sandwich, take 2 saltines and squish the vanilla in between that. It's not an exact replica of the taste, but it does taste pretty good on its own. And also, you can have it when you're sick. Well, it depends what you're sick for, but it's a nice comfort snack. I tend to recover weirdly quickly from my being sick, but on the other hand, like, I seem to get like twice as sick for regular stuff. Like, if I get the common cold, I'm just straight out for like 3 days to a week. To which, like, a lot back in the day, they're like, okay, it's just a cold, well, you shouldn't be taking the day off. No, like, I really should be. I'm not like immunocompromised or anything like that. It just like affects me way worse for like way less. Thank you, Lawpaw, for the good luck. It is much appreciated. Yeah, feel free to stay around and chat, but no pressure to do so. Make sure you take care of yourself, get some water, get some food, get some rest. Tell your loved ones that you love them if you need to and haven't yet. All that stuff. Yes, I'm currently struggling with room 9. Which is so far the hardest one for me, I want to say, because I've been here for about an hour. Yeah, so like, in exchange for being sick for like half the time, it tends to be like double the intensity for me for some reason. Like, I still make sure to do proper procedure, like making sure I stay away from people in hygiene and whatnot of a sick person. during the remaining time. But yeah, it's just a weird thing I've noticed. Oh, no, no. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. No, nothing's bothering me. And yeah, like, my physique, I'm just not exactly sure how any of it works. Because then, like, I need to get back into exercising. I haven't in a while, but back when I used to exercise, I didn't grow muscles. Like, well, I grew muscles, because that's what exercising does. But they didn't grow outwards. They grew denser. So, like, I didn't become buffer, just became stronger. Which is really, really weird in my view of things. And, like, when I tell people that, they're like, huh, that's odd. But, like, it does grow a little bit, because, yeah, physics. But I always notice that it just gets denser, so I always end up being a skinny person. This fight was so difficult for me. Yeah, I've been stuck on this one for like an hour, so I definitely get that. I had made it to the Battlein Orb, but lost my stamina. So we're doing it again. Yeah, I know I can still do that. It was just a matter of like panicking, and I didn't even get to that point. I don't think. Like, I managed to barely get under her. but it is what it is. The others I've passed. Yeah. I could do that. I just tend to not because, yeah, the last cloud jump in particular is hard for me. I tend to not do the jumping without holding on thing, just out of habit. Yes, this cloud jump is what keeps on getting me. I had it. I swear I did. Why, as soon as I get it, does my brain shut off? $1,500 deaths in several hours? Yeah. Wait, on this specifically? That's not looking good. I also need to be careful because I'm not quite sure how this will save properly, so hopefully I get it. Did my other checkpoints fail to save? No, but like sometimes when I go out, like it depends. Like when I go out, I have to restart from the chapter menu. Although I might just be doing something incorrectly. And there are the checkpoints of the menu, but then there are also the checkpoints of the flags on this bit. Yeah, so close. Thing is like, this is completely skill issue, so like, I can't blame the game or anything like that. I only have myself to blame. Well, except for the ghost that lives in my computer. Okay, the just jump of it doesn't give it left one save file on this flag for over a month. Well, I'm not going to leave it for over a month. At least that's not my plan. Get through a lot faster, that's good. Yeah. Something about... You can already tell? Thank you. Something about this is that, like, I always like to think that I was pretty good at games. And I know this is like a really hard game, but like it's definitely making me be like, really? Are ya? Or have you just been playing little baby games for little babies? There we go. It's easy from here, right? Hey, wait. Oh yeah, that was 9. What are you trying to tell me, Bird? Yeah, so this was a new tech that Cuckoo. Oh, that is funky. That is really funky. Wall bounce, yeah. That seems to be a good name for it. It's now time for the thing I'm the worst at, which is hitting the side of a block correctly. I'm almost there. I'm at 7. I see 6. Hopefully 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 aren't that hard. I get that this one's not as hard because it's teaching me the tech, but it's not necessarily that the blocks are so small. It's more so just I have a hard time with the horizontal aspect of it and making sure I'm at the correct pixel. Oh, I know, I don't think I need to do it a second time. Do I? No, I definitely need... I need both. There we go. Oh, I hate that. Absolutely abhor that. Or it's extremely difficult for alignment. Great. I could do it the way it probably wants me to, but yeah, that I may be over complicating things, but I don't know if I am because of the new tech. Whoa. Okay, so breathing's important. I just forgot to breathe. I'll always remember to breathe. That is a good thing. Oxygen helps the brain work better. If I had an oxygen for every brain I had, I'd be an oxygenaire. That doesn't make any sense. I think I almost had it there if I hadn't. Oh, got high enough. Just need to figure out how to like bounce off of it. Okay, here's an idea. Here is an idea. I stop doing what I have been doing and come up with a completely new approach. Or I double down. Oh. Well then. I don't know how I had gotten that, but I had, just for a second. Keep on going a little too early, I think. Either that or I'm getting too low. Too early it is. You know, someday I'll beat this game. And then I'll be the one laughing. And then everybody will clap. And say, wow, Pog, you're so cool. And my dad, totally in character, will also come back and say, "Wow, Pog, you're so cool." Yeah, I do. I can still stream for quite a bit. Okay, I was just checking how much longer I had left to be able to stream. I have like an hour left. Hopefully that's enough time to beat this. Cause like, I want it to at least end on a bit of a satisfying note. Well, but sorry about that. But hit the mouse. You know, I should probably uh get like a desk or something at some point. Because at least at the moment, I've been literally streaming on my lap. So that might help make things a bit better. And then also, posture is important for making sure you're healthy. Or so I've heard. I don't know. I'm not a doctor or know medical things. I saw 5. I saw it. I was there. I wonder how history will view a lot of the meme stuff that goes around and is popular. Like, will it just kind of be forgotten about over time? Like, in 100 years, do you think archaeologists will be like, back in the days, they used to worship two specific holy numbers, 6 and 7. And they had a ritualistic hand gesture to go along with it. I wonder about stuff like that sometimes. Like, I'm reminded of, I can't remember where it was, somewhere like near Western Europe or the Middle East or Eastern Asia, like kind of in that region. There was, like, in old buildings, they found that there were cutlery, like, put up high in the rafters. So, like, okay, is this some sort of ritualistic thing? Until they realized the locals were doing it, and they asked the locals, okay, what exactly are you, so what is this about? Is this some sort of, like, ritualistic, like, prayer thing? And like, no, we just keep it up to make sure it's out of the way of children. So yeah, Occam's razor is a very real thing, and we tend to overcomplicate things a lot and think of past people as not necessarily people. But for lack of a better term, like, more like symbols of people. Because, like, even the best person on the planet had some negative moment in their life. Even the worst person on the planet presumably had some good moment in their life. But we tend to not chalk it up to that. But I just find, like, morals and stuff like that really interesting. I'm a bit glad my parents didn't send me to Sunday school, because I ask a lot of what I've been told are hard questions about moral philosophy. And I'm just imagining, like, they'd set me up on a pyre for speaking blasphemy. Like, I know that's not exactly what would happen, but I feel like I would definitely get in trouble for asking the wrong questions because of, like, specifically, like, the area I lived in, how they treated sort of the stuff. Oh yeah, there's a new One Piece movie that was announced. I already know what happens in it. Actually, there are two that were announced. I don't know what happens in the other, but I'm looking forward to it. It should be entertaining. I am a bit worried though, like for people watching the series, because it is canon. Uh, how will they deal with making it so that people don't accidentally skip over it because it's in movie form instead of or like episode form? I mean, they could just like add it in as an extra long episode, I guess. I just realized that the wind stopped in here. I don't know how far back the wind stopped, but I might actually be able to. No, I don't think I can. I feel so bad at this game. Just like I know this is like the penultimate 7B level. Sorry, it's penultimate B level. B-side is what it's called. Um, but still, stretching is important. I have been like really tensed up lately. Not exactly sure why. Ooh, oxygen in the brain feels good. Oxygen in the brain feels really nice. You should try it sometime. And don't rat on me because I'm doing oxygen. I'm not an addict. It's fine. I can quit whenever I want. I just don't necessarily want to. Because oxygen feels really good. And it gives me energy. You know what would be funny? If at the very end of this game, they had secretly been collecting like clips from every time I ran into a spike or obstacle and died, so that they could then play it during the ending. They're like, you did it, but wow, you were bad. I just think that would be a little funny. I know it would probably, like, if someone did that, it would probably end up being like a, look how hard you did and how many times you tried. That was just a complete wrong way. Timing's so hard. After this, like after I beat this side B, I think I'm gonna take a nice shower, get some food, probably have leftover Thai, and then go to bed a little early, just to treat myself. I accidentally held down the key instead of tapping it. Nobody knows the troubles I've seen. Nobody knows my sorrow. Nobody knows the troubles I've seen. Glory to me, hallelujah. Just a second. Going to pull something up real quickly. Sure, let's go with this. Hopefully that'll be good. Just making sure no ads that'll dox me. Yeah, okay. Okay, that is way too quiet.
In this video, I'm going to share with you how to start learning mountaineering. Mountaineering is this grand and glorious topic about climbing Everest, climbing Denali.
Hopefully you can hear that properly.
Sexy, but there are certain steps you want to go through. This is actually from one of my subscribers. Thank you very much for the question. By the way, leave a question in the comments and I'll do my best to make a video to answer your question as well. This is from Cody Naisbit. Please forgive me if I mangled your last name. Love all the videos, very informative. I hope you enjoyed the video. I'm
Okay, here we go.
climbing up Denali or something similar. I'm sure there are a million tips on that topic. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Cody. Appreciate the user comment there. So there are 4
Okay, going through an intro.
to getting up and doing mountaineering. The first is easy. Buy gear. Buy $600 mountain boots. Buy
Yeah, I'm
$150
still stuck on
crampons.
this.
Buy ice axe, not crampon. Buy $150 ice axe. Buy $150
In order to help me, I'm listening to a mountaineering tutorial
And what do you do with it?
because I think I need it.
So, this is a somewhat academic approach, but I find this is much more effective about getting into the actual activities of mountaineering for the most important part at the end of the video. So this is what I'll share at the end of the video. This is the key. But the first thing, I cannot recommend this enough, is go take a class. Literally, go get pen and paper or notebook or whatever you need to do and go through a class. REI.com offers them, RMI. There are lots of organizations all across America that offer mountaineering classes that will teach you the fundamentals of how to manage crampons, how to arrest yourself with an ice axe.
My dash needs to start further left so you can be aligned to dash.
Good old-fashioned
Yeah, I've gotten to,
how do you
like,
use your ice axe? How do you travel across the snow?
I made it,
Toy
but
glaciers,
then
handles,
mess it up at the last
crash
second.
rescues, all of this stuff. I mean, there's so much to the whole aspect of traveling on a glacier. But what if you say, Aaron, I want to do mountaineering, but I don't want to do glacier travel? Totally possible too. There are mountains all around the world. However, wherever you are, the closest mountain is the best place to go. I cannot emphasize enough professional education, certified guides, and a program that's been going on well. I've taken people out, I've taught them aspects of mountaineering, but
Just but how do I
remember you
climb mountains, sir?
preferentially licensed, trained, or whatever the requirements or area is. That's
And we don't need
allowing
anyone
friends and
licensed.
other people like myself or whoever to go learn the aspects of mountaineering, to go do things. Absolutely. But a little bit of scheduled training and preparation will go a long way into helping you learn mountaineering.
This is supposed to be mountaineering basics.
After taking class, what else do you have to do? You gotta choose a route. What do you actually want to do? Do you want to go climb Everest? Do you want to go climb Denali? Do you want to go climb Mount Washington in the White Mountains? Do you simply want to
Hey,
go hike
trust
or
the
climb
process. If I know more about the subject, surely it'll help.
to choose your route, and then that allows you to choose what you're going to do, because you can either go one of 2 ways. One, you can go guided, and this is the
Exactly. The more you know about
getting
something,
into mountaineering,
good,
to go
the more
online,
you'll
search around,
be better at it,
find a
okay?
load of resources, and figure out, hey, I want to go to this mountain or that mountain. What companies do
Something like
guiding?
this.
No, like if you want to go to Denali, there are only maybe a half dozen
Fair enough.
or so certified
You know, if
companies.
you want to be able to beat Celeste, or just anything that has to do with mountains,
Who is not allowed to have a permit to be guiding in
make sure you check out
real
to my
trouble,
channel.
and you're
Yeah,
also risking your life, so you don't want to do that. So hiring a guide is a great way to getting there. But if you're not too like myself, or sometimes I'm guiding
Yes.
because I don't know the area that's a requirement, or hey, I'm gonna just slog through.
like, can you
this
link
myself,
clear video
or I
mountaineering
cannot
tutorial?
emphasize enough to develop the philosophy of how to get out there.
Yes, I am really surprised that actually worked. I mean, of course it worked, because that's how it is, you know. Planned. Anything to beat the mental aspect? Yeah. Exactly. Like, okay, that was way too easy. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. That's way too easy. Some easy fights before it gets harder. Great. Yeah, I'm sorry to see that harder. Might not be what you meant by the harder ones, but one could be evil. Well,
Put your boots on and literally, and I'm not kidding you, put your boots on and climb the steepest, most absurd thing you can climb in bad weather. Why? Because that is the experience of mountaineering. Now, don't click away. Hang on. That sounds absurd. But so often in mountaineering, the weather sucks. It just does. Often it's not a bluebird day. The days I prefer are overcast and gray. Like, wow, this is terrible. No, because now I'm not overheating. Now I'm not so hot. That is a big consideration.
fair
So
enough.
I'm going to show you
Well,
several
also kind of
resources
depends
here
on where you
that you
are.
can check out. Links in the description and also in the comments.
I think that was meant that big. I need a longer one that's louder. On the challenge no matter the weather. Yeah. Oh no, we're only like halfway through.
And this is a key thing. I'm going to show you some books and then a key organization checkout. The first book to check out is -148.
Yeah, sometimes bad weather can be fun.
If you want to read how bad it
Uh,
can be to be stuck at
I've
Denali
lived
Pass
all over the
for
place,
5+ days with
so
100+ knot winds at -148-degree wind chill, this is the book. Now, the whole point of this, I'm not trying to sell you
like
here.
from
Tell you when you read
overheating,
this
like
text,
yeah, sunnies can be really bad,
sounds
especially when you go on hikes.
forget
But I
mountain
also had
beach,
some really
mountaineer.
horrible, cold, or rainy
That's perfectly okay because people say, "Oh, you know, I got to do this." And inside, they're really hating the
times.
experience. I remember the first year I was in Denali, I passed a couple of teams, and they were literally doing this the whole time. I mean, you could have put them on an Arizona chain gang outside of Phoenix in the middle of August, and they probably would have been happier. So many people like the romance of this and the discussion of it, but in fact, hate it. -148, if you think, man, this is fun, gotta recommend it. If you wanna read about my climb on Denali to see what it's like to be alone, have things go sideways, warm up your feet. Let's see, if you wanna read about a crazy mountaineer, Journeys to the Edge by Dr. Randall Peters, boy, let me tell you, super hilarious. Get this book, Mountaineering, I think it's in the 10th edition, whatever it is, Freedom of the Hills. This is the seminal book that will teach you academically just about everything you ever needed to know in a great format. My book, Adventure Expedition 1, learn about it. It's a great way to go. But hang on.
Oh yeah, I think I might have eaten some of my grandma.
I want to tell you, if you're in the United States, North America, I cannot recommend enough joining the American Alpine Club. Alright, their books, because you will get
So
their accidents in North American climbing and their American Alpine Journal.
what I mean by that is
The
that
most
like
educational thing you will ever have happen.
as like a remains thing, she wished to like be have her remains scattered at one of her favorite places, which like that's a very nice thing. And like there's always like the romance of that. What they don't tell you, there's wind. And the wind doesn't always face the direction you want. Sometimes the wind faces back at you while your mouth is open. So yeah, that was just miserable. Okay, I'm trying to find a long one. I can find mountaineering for beginners, but that's a webinar and it's too quiet. Let's see. Intro to sports climbing, sure. don't think they assume when we're the 8th dash. No, it wasn't intentional, but yeah, like a lot of the ashes got caked onto me because it was also raining.
Welcome to Sport Climbing 101.
Hi, my name is Ryan, and this is How Not To.
And I'm Ben from YouTube channel How How Not To Hard is Easy. And we're doing it again. And I'm Ben, and I have a YouTube channel called Hard is Easy.
Following the wind.
Today, my
Yeah,
goal
I
is
haven't
to
seen
show
any
you
comedy skits
that
involving
hard
that, but
climbers are not crazy adrenaline-seeking junkies, and you
yeah,
don't have to be a crazy athlete to start sport climbing.
it is not as fun as
I'm just peeling out of this thing, and
my
my
thing.
toes are just curling harder. We hope that this video
I'm
helps
looking for an
you go
instructional
who knows
video,
better
but everyone's
than
being
the
too
subject you're
whimsical.
looking at. Ask good questions to them and be able to know and identify whether or not they're teaching you correct stuff because you've seen
Some of it's just
a
random
different
like clip of a
perspective.
movie,
You
etc.
can
Okay.
go out on your own after watching two guys you don't know on the internet show you how to do it. Let's start with where to find friends. Where do you even find climbers?
The best place to start is to go to the climbing gym, and somebody will definitely take care of you.
And you can learn top roping there, you can learn lead climbing there, and you're very likely to find somebody else who likes climbing there.
And it's very likely that you will make friends, even if you're very socially awkward. Climbers are
Sometimes social effort, and that's okay. Once you start going outside, you might meet people here at the crack.
Ew, going outside, that's
start
just
talking to,
sorry, that's too
and
scary. I
the
can't do
next
that.
day, and you can create friendships there. Basically, just start climbing. Now, whether or not they're qualified,
I
but
failed the
now
first
you're
step.
both learning together. That's how me and my buddy did it. And ideally, you go with someone who's better at you because you will progress faster if they are better.
another option would be to find climbing hostels in popular climbing destinations and go there and make friends. And also there's a lot of guided courses that
Also,
you can find in those places.
no matter what you do, you will be the one friend
One of the courses, make friends,
who
start from there.
forgets
Yeah, if you
something,
don't know anybody and you want to go out,
or has,
support the guiding
or somebody
community
has
as well,
some
because
cool equipment
they
that you
provide a
wish you
huge
could
value to
have.
the community, and it's nice, like you're the customer. It's nice when you support them. Where do you find routes if you aren't familiar with climbing?
So there is websites online where you can find different destinations to climb. One of them is 8a.nu. Another is that I prefer using, thecrack.com, and it has a map with a lot of spots to climb and routes marked there, so it's quite easy. Even if you're living somewhere and you're wondering, is there any climbing around me, and you don't know, you can go to that website and you can check if there is actually outside climbing around you.
Another popular one that I really like is Mountain Project. And if you go to the route guide, you can go to the area you want to climb.
I'm wondering,
You can
like,
go from there. It's got the general area, which is
how much of this exactly am I supposed to
Just go from the sport climbing from 5.7 to 5.10.
dash through?
Easy 5.7 tells you if there's any closures. It's got the description, the protection, and typically it has a whole bunch of photos. It's really, really helpful.
Let's say you found a place to go, like we are today in Tenerife at the crag. How do you know what to climb? And the answer is to buy or borrow from somebody a guide. It's a book, also called a topo, which has
That, like,
all the routes marked.
if I have one dash here, how do I dash forward and then go up?
You're not guessing, will I make to the top or no?
Sorry,
You will know how hard that thing is.
words, hard, English, weird.
That you might find in a topo book. What is easy if you're new, and what's like really hard, and what's the hardest out there?
So by grade, he means the difficulty of the route.
Is
and
two identical
depending on
dash
the area
moves?
you
Okay.
go, the grading system might differ. Europe or some other parts of the world where we have so-called French
It
grading
feels like it's a
system,
little different, but
usually 5A, 5B, 5C,
I'll believe you.
then you have 6A,
Not what I think.
6C, and then you have intermediate grades which can be 6B plus.
You can see on the Yosemite decimal system that we use in the States that is just 5.2, 5.3, 5.4. Until you get to 5.10 is when we have the A, B, C, and in our case, a D. And you can see on this chart how they compare to the French grading system.
It's very subjective to each area. A 5.7 in Yosemite can be very difficult for somebody who's sport.
First wall
climbing
bound.
somewhere else. So here I was on a 6B.
Okay,
at the
so-
end of the day. But I have led much more respectably A10 in Yosemite because it was a finger crack and I'm used to cracks more than I'm used to face climbing.
The grades depend on where you are and also on the style of the climb. Somebody might be very good at so-called slabby climbs that are positively leaning, and
Wait, I need strength for this?
5'11" in a climbing gym and think you're gonna be doing 5'11s outside.
It depends where
Wall bounces are only vertical dashes? Yeah, I was already doing like a diagonal
and they tend to have
wall bounce.
training where you will feel better going on vacation there, and other places will make you
In order to
feel
clip
like
onto there,
you
but
suck.
unless you mean corner.
It's just very subjective, and you should seek for fun, not for
Wait a minute.
How hard to find you did in your movie that you made?
That one was 7
Uh,
plus, and the one before I did was 8.
I think I
Yeah, that's
kind of advanced and unintentional.
breaking limit.
PR's personal record.
So basically, the goal is to climb from start of the route to the end of the route without resting or.
Okay, do you know what the intentional way is?
That's what we hold back. In the beginning, I wouldn't worry about that. I would just go and try to get to the top of whatever is fun for you and try another thing to get to the top.
But if you can't, that's normal, and you just keep working on it and until you get to the
To
top.
the small blocks
Worked on it for a while and then get there.
on
You're
the
like,
left.
In the beginning, most of the people tend to just climb a lot of stuff and don't worry about threat pointing, and
Oh.
that's where I was as well. And then at some point, you naturally transition to liking the harder challenges, and to challenge yourself and to try harder things, and then you get into the projecting process. So let's start by killing the gear fear first.
start with harnesses.
How do I
These
from
are just
below?
standard
Look,
climbing
so
harnesses. They're different than an arborist harness or a caving harness, and what kind of makes them what they are is you have a waist belt,
well below the block.
and then
Okay.
you have two leg loops that come to the same point where you have a single loop called the belay loop. Now, in some
Oh, I
cases,
see.
this all kind of gets sewn into one master point. You don't really want to buy one of those. You want to buy one that has an actual belay loop. This one is an ultralight harness, and you don't really want that because you might be sitting in it for a while as you're projecting.
Too low dash in, so for huge.
That looks like that's a
Yeah.
little more comfortable.
Yeah, this is a comfort harness. So the common question is like, which is the best? Unfortunately, there isn't really the best. There is a lot of great, which is great. Maybe you don't want to buy ultra thin harnesses.
And then the wall bounce will turn into another
It's
jump.
not
Okay.
as comfortable as sitting in more cushioned harnesses.
Definitely not.
More cushioned harnesses are slightly heavier, but you're not gonna feel that whatsoever, especially in the beginning of your climbing journey. So I wouldn't go into like crazy ultra lightweight.
This
harnesses.
dash jump timing is different now. Yeah.
How strong is this? Wow, you tell me how strong this is. You broke a lot of Celeste.
Just as strong as the fat ones. That is wild how that ripped. And that's
Something gripped apparently in the tutorial. That's not supposed to happen.
Apparently breaks around 7 kilonewtons, I think.
So there was
7 kilonewtons, good to know.
where we tested on paratroopers to see what force
Oh.
to the body will cause damage. And it
I'm guessing like that, except for I don't.
Yeah. When we
Uh,
start climbing, you rarely
There we go.
above 3.5 or 4 kilonewtons to the harness.
So our gear is rated kilonewtons, or KN, and that is a measurement of force, not weight, because if my weight is falling, I'm going to generate a lot more force than if I'm just hanging there. Now we've both measured
Yes,
forces of
this is how not to.
in like a gym climbing fall,
I've
and we've
I've
both
never
measured
seen them before. They're just someone that popped up.
Rarely for will you person see when they're being belayed, starting on the ground, they go up and they fall.
I hit 1.14.
I got 2.64, 4.27.
And that's really great to know when you
Watch
put
them
this
time to time.
into comparison to how much this gear actually can.
That's cool. It would be great if I was actually paying attention to what they're saying. Because, like, a lot of it, if I'm being honest, is being drowned out by my thinking of focusing on Celeste. Numbers.
Ryan's breaking a lot of gear on this channel.
You have broken things in your ceiling before trying to measure force.
Yeah, I need to go down again.
Ouch.
So the harness is stronger than your back. But you know what's not stronger than your back? Your head. So let's talk about helmets.
Hey, I'm new to climbing. Do you have anything cool here?
Welcome to HowNotTo.com, where we have all the clip draws you would need, a ton of harnesses, any rope that you might need, and a bunch of stick clips. No one sponsors this channel, and what makes this possible to put this much work into a video like this is when you sponsor us by giving your kids at HowNotTo.com. We also have
Yes, how
a ton
not to, shout out to
You
them.
could hit your head on a rock when you fall, or
Oh, because, kind of like
you're just standing there. Or
a locksmith, but not.
this and they drop something,
Different knots, etc. Okay,
hurt without a helmet. And so there
that
are
makes sense.
different helmets, and this is an all plastic helmet. I believe yours is half
Yeah, I'm not really into climbing that much.
half foam
I keep on wanting to do that one.
colored, more visible.
You have a whole video that talks about plastic versus foam and the pros
But-
and cons. What's a short summary of that?
Like, I used to be really good at climbing, but I never, like, actually took any official climbing stuff.
More like a hybrid, like where there's more foam, more ventilation. When you climb, it gets hot. Also, more sport climbing oriented helmets are lighter, and you want to have a helmet that you put on your head and you forget about it, so it doesn't bother you.
You can get away with not wearing a helmet, just like you can with a seatbelt in a car. But only so long. And like, if you have an accident, you know, that's a problem.
Actually, it's quite common. People ask me
Yep,
why
nearly there.
professionals don't wear helmets, or why so many people don't wear helmets. I believe this comes from
Madeline's not wearing a helmet.
Go climbing for, let's say, a few weeks, a year. Chances are you won't see rock falls. But this is all comes down to chances. Even today, we were just standing there.
Madeline, you're not following the tutorial.
Seeing so much rock fall when I started climbing more and more often.
Thank you, how not to.
Pretty much every second or every third day for many years in a row, I've seen so much rock falls. I broke so
I
many
see.
rocks and fell close to my belayer. What? It's so much? Another reason is when you climb, if you flip upside down, you will hit your head, and then you want to hit your helmet, not your head.
I wonder what kind of sound it makes. Does it make a bonk sound? Or is it like a hollow, like nothing's inside my head sound?
And even the most professional climbers who you will see
Last
climb,
challenging flag, that's great.
they do flip
Wait, the one I
upside
just
down.
finished or this one?
I witnessed so many of them flipping upside down that it makes me want to wear a helmet even more.
This one, okay.
Your video actually made me start to wear my helmet more. Like, it made more awareness about it.
That's a smelly piece of rubber called a climbing shoe.
There are different varieties of climbing shoes. Some look like the way your foot was never meant to be, and apparently that helps you edge better. If you like to be comfortable all day and put your foot in cracks, you can have a more comfortable shoe. And I even wear these with socks. Don't judge me. Tighter the shoe, technically, the better you can have control of things. But the more uncomfortable you will be. I assume you wear a tight shoe if you're climbing eights.
I don't know
Might
the
come
A side.
across to people
Well,
saying that you need to buy a really
okay.
tight shoe. It needs to hurt when you put your feet into the shoe. Don't do that. I've done this. Many do that. First reason, and very important reason, if it hurts, your body will naturally tame down your power output. And that's true. If something is hurting somewhere in your body, you have less overall power. So you don't want something terribly hurting. And when you are just a beginner of climbing, especially, like that super tight shoe will not give you any benefit. You will be ow, 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 it hurts, so don't do that.
You don't want your foot swimming inside of your shoe. You want it to be firm. Just make it super comfortable.
My rule when I'm buying shoes now is to put a new shoe on and walk in a climbing shop for 5 minutes. If I can walk in a climbing shoe for 5 minutes without needing to rip my shoe off and throw out, then chances are once that shoe will soften, it will
Yeah,
be perfect. If
this
you
one
just
doesn't seem
rip the shoe
nearly.
in, like, a couple of seconds,
Most difficult flag is behind me. Yeah, this one doesn't seem
long-term.
nearly as challenging as the other ones. Just,
Not comfortable with.
and that might just be because
My mythos. This is
uh,
for me for crack climbing, which is
I haven't been stuck on this one for that long. But
wear these all day on long routes and it works. And so I've just stuck with these for a long time. And other people have these really aggressive shoes and they're bouldering.
mainly that
Yeah, typically for bouldering and for
one, I try rushing it because it's a one-time bounce. But
boulders usually have a shoe which has more rubber at the top for toe hooking, a stiffer, maybe stiffer shoe, and
yeah, just
routes.
it's just slightly
And
longer.
to stay as long in the shoe when you're bouldering compared to sport climbing. And then if you go to crack climbing, you might want to have something which looks like clippers that are very flexible and you can put into the cracks and you can twist them and do all that crazy stuff that you do that I don't. For example, this
I'm overthinking it now.
Now I can pull down on this with one finger. And you can watch that to learn all the ways how it can unclip and why the quick draw is made the way it's made. I always find it funny that they call it a dog bone. By dog bone they mean the sling, and I have no clue why it's a dog bone.
Maybe dogs fight it there. I don't know.
Few Americans come up with names for things that So if you climb inside, you won't need these because the climbing gyms already have them pre-placed on the wall. If you climb outside, then you will need these. And usually you need between 10 and 15 quick draws when you go on the route, depending on where you're climbing and how high the climb is.
Some areas have permanent quick draws.
I remember, like,
Does
I want to say one of,
The permanently placed draws will be
I don't know,
that
but
are hard
I
to
don't know, what,
see.
I can't remember exactly when it was, but
Get very overhanging, and it's
one of the
quite
times
difficult
I
to
went
take
climbing
notes
was
because
for
some of
a
these places you
Mesa Verde tour, which, in case you don't know,
nylon
it's
out in the sun,
a
UV
thing in the
light will degrade
American
this much
Southwest
quicker. Even a year
that
in
has a
the
bunch
sun
of
can make
pueblos
this
built
10, 20,
into a
30%
cliff face.
lower than what it's rated
Even
for.
if you don't know it,
And
you
some
might have
have
seen a
been left
picture
out
of
in the
it.
sun for years, and they become kind of sketchy.
But
Permanent quick draws really should be made out of steel cable, so
but
can
they
be
made it sound like I was
tested
gonna
without
die
penetrating through weather.
knowing
there.
how much your gear can hold can make your climbing way more pleasant.
It's like, are you
You're not
sure
afraid.
you want to go
So
through with
you broke
this?
a lot of quick draws.
There's a
How much
50 meter ladder.
The dog boner sling is rated for 22.
So it was either 50 meter or 50 feet, but they made it sound way more
This is
dangerous than it
very
actually
versatile.
was.
This is super good.
And if you fall, there's no railing, so like you'll just die. There was a
Videos on dog bones that
there was a
are
slope.
bone strength.
It would have been fine,
In those videos.
but it made it seem like
I
if
don't know
we
why that
made any
analogy is used if I
mistakes,
never lift a car. But
everybody would die,
it might hold you.
which did great for stress.
So what side of these goes on the bolt versus the rope?
So the quick draw always has a loose carabiner and a carabiner which is more stiff. So the loose carabiner always has to go to the bolt, and that's the carabiner that we usually clip to our harness.
Carabiner, don't know what that is.
Harness and clip to the bolt. Again, the same reason
We're gonna be
you might have a
pirates.
chance of the rope unclipping from the rope.
Are you a gate in or a gate out guy?
I am a gate in, but that doesn't matter.
I've tried both, and I do find myself gate out.
You're a gate out.
It is a personal preference whether or not you clip.
Tour guide or park ranger?
You feel your loop, and then you
I don't remember which one it was. I think it was
gate in is where you clip it.
just someone who was saying like, okay, for this trail,
Depends how
and then you have to,
clip it.
well, and then they're explaining like, and then you have to walk.
Super annoying.
And this was at the place already, so like they weren't trying to sell us on anything.
Honestly, so many people.
And then you have to climb.
So the next
And I didn't know any of this until I got there because it was like a group thing.
just buying any
But then you have to climb this huge cliff on tiny 1-inch
and if it's not catching
handholds.
it will
And again, it was sloped, so it could have been bad, but it sounded a lot worse. Someone who's responsible, I can only imagine they're just being extra safe. Yeah, because people are stupid. And I am well aware of that, but I will always, so I probably won't always, but I just remember how bad they made it sound versus how like chill it actually was. But yeah, if anyone's ever in the area for that, I'd advise getting to take a look at it. It's really cool.
Let's say 9 and 10 millimeters nowadays, with 9.5 is a good all-round rope, and that's what I use most of the time. You can go to skinnier ropes, but I don't recommend.
Ever encountered workplace safety? It's not surprising. Yeah.
So I like 9.8 millimeter because I want it to last a long time, and I don't mind the extra weight even during climbing. But if you're doing something hard, is the 9.5 easier to handle?
Don't go over 4 feet or 6 feet on a ladder, etc.
A little bit easier to drag across the quick draw.
I've never
With slightly less friction, it's
heard that need a hardness, blah blah. Yeah. What buzzkills, am I right?
I wouldn't go below, let's say, 9.5 millimeters on the first rope.
Like live a little.
Because that needs to last long. You won't feel a big difference.
PPE?
Also,
That's not a
bit more
thing.
safe because it's less likely to slip from
It's a bunch of wimps wanting you to, you know, survive.
How long of a rope should you get? Well, it depends where you're climbing. If you're going to be at the climbing gym, ask the gym what size you should have. It's probably more like this. But if you're going to be in Spain, you're definitely going to want something more like this because their routes are almost
Real men don't survive.
and you need 40 meters to get back to the ground. But this is a 70 meter, which I find
Standard corporate and construction safety in North America.
where I live now, but when I lived in Yosemite,
Yeah.
you don't need
The thing is, they used to be worse.
anything other than a 60 meter for the first 15 years of my climbing. So just know your
Like, I remember I had to read The Jungle back in middle school, which is the book that was supposed to illustrate how horrible the working conditions were. And pretty much what everybody got from it was, there's human in my burgers, which was an actual thing you had to worry about because people would fall in. Yeah, but that's how that was like revealed that was, and that was a major thing towards getting workers' rights. Bug parts. Yeah, like it is legal to have some amount of bugs in a lot of food, which I just prefer not to think about because I hate bugs. But yeah, like it was really messed up. And because they didn't care about the workers' safeties, they just like have the food mixers and shredders and whatnot out in the open where people could just fall in. I am glad that I no longer, well, why do I say no longer? I barely anyone is still around for that time. I'm glad I wasn't there. A lot of safety incident reviews online. Yeah. Many of those are modern. Most of them are modern because we don't really have any old safety incident reviews happening. But yes, all jokes aside, yeah. Engineering disasters like Chernobyl and whatnot. But I'm really glad that there's now proper regulations put in place. Because, you know, maybe we shouldn't put the stuff that's equivalent to an atomic bomb in an outdated system with nobody taking care of it to make sure it doesn't break. And then people go ahead and blame atomic energy itself, which, like, yes, atomic energy is dangerous. I will say that, but if it's being taken care of correctly, it is safe. Germany sure did. Dude. Along with almost everyone. Yeah. We aren't the brightest species. Something I want to see is like at one point I want, like, something I'd want to test out would be, what if we put like a scientist in charge of things? Because like they'd be actually educated. I wouldn't be pushing towards this with anyone in particular, but they'd be actually educated. they'd be much more so for giving funding to science. It could be a good thing, but then also could be a bad thing, depending on what their ethics and morals are and whatnot. Need our pledges to make scientific decisions and all our managers to make engineering decisions. Yes, but I'd prefer it if they... Like, this might just be me and it might be a wild take, but I'd prefer if the people doing stuff about science and the environment and whatnot, making sure we all don't explode, knew what they were doing. And that's not to throw shade at like any particular party or anything like that. That's to say, like, oh, just anyone. I just want to make it clear that I wasn't like bring up any, making it seem like I was talking about anyone specific. I was talking about everyone in general. Yeah, that might just be me. I might just be picky. Like, oh, he doesn't want there to be regulations on stuff. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, no, but that's like perfect society. We don't have a perfect society. That is like the furthest sort of thing I'll get into, like, with politics. Just to let you know, I do not plan to actually make like anything focused on any actual political thing, but I will occasionally share thoughts like that. Nobody's in charge of this thing, nobody at the steering wheel, nobody has any idea what's going on. Hey, John Nepotism didn't work very hard in order for you to not be able to tell. Yeah, it isn't very surprising knowing I'm science-based. I tend to be a very logical person, and I feel that science is pretty much the way forwards. Like, I always hated back in like English class with like Frankenstein. Like, Frankenstein's a good book, but when they're like, has science gone too far? I hate that cliche. No, it hasn't. The people around them are just stupid. Yes, haven't gone far enough. But Frankenstein, he was just stupid. Okay, I'll say it. He was a jerk who couldn't take responsibility for his own creations, and it came back to bite him. Nothing he did was actually wrong, scientifically speaking. He made Adam, yeah, skill issue. He made Adam, who was an incredibly intelligent, incredibly strong human being that was actually really good looking, except for his eyes were a little freaky. And then Victor got scared, ran away, and wouldn't tell anybody as it slowly killed everyone around him in revenge for how he treated it. And then, again, a lot of like stuff like The Matrix. Something that's not really well known about it is that there's actually a prequel to it called The Animatrix. which is a bunch of animated shorts that goes over how the situation became what it was. And yeah, never watched it. I'd recommend it. It is a little gory, but it does reframe the movies because it's about how the AI originally. Okay, it's about how the AI there's not really much to spoil, but how the AIs originally were trying to gain rights. But then after a certain point, they decided, you know what, we're going to remodel ourselves into these insect things because we don't even want to look like you guys. And then humans actually were the ones who blotted out the sky in order to try and stop the robots from being able to power their batteries. So it's a very different view on it when you realize that in the beginning, the robots actually did just want like citizenship. Never watched the fourth Matrix either. I haven't. I think I've only watched the first two. Sorry, that was someone asking, hey, are you gonna eat dinner? So I'll give this a few more tries and then probably go ahead and have dinner. But yeah, you need to ask yourself that question too. Yeah, no, the Animatrix is a very interesting piece of work. Just helps to recontextualize some stuff. Okay. You know what? Next, like, solid attempt is going to be my last attempt of the day. Yeah, maybe you should food. Definitely take care of yourself. Yeah, I'm actually probably gonna call it there. I've been streaming for 4 hours, so yeah, make sure you take care of yourself. I'm gonna get some food. I'll see if there is someone I can write out to leave you in the care of. Let's try. We could go for the same person as last time, sure. Well, this has been a good one. I'll be back tomorrow with more Celeste. Goodbye.